All right, welcome back, everybody. Good to see y'all. Happy Sunday. I already forgot my lines. What am I supposed to say, y'all? We have our first short break for today. We only got seven sessions. Wow, I'm already losing the ability to speak, and we just started. We only have 7 sessions today, so we'll be taking a long break after the 4th. But otherwise, we've only got 6 short breaks, 7 sessions. Feel free to say hi. Let me know what you guys are studying, and let me know how it's going. We got 10 minutes, and then we will start session 2. I'm currently finishing up a research paper, and then I will move on to an unholy amount of Anki review cards that I fell behind on yesterday. And then I have 2 or 3 lectures I need to catch up on. So I'm gonna try to squeeze a lot. I know we don't have super long today. Well, I guess we have long enough, but would have loved a couple more extra hours. Yeah, feel free to say hi. You guys are quiet today. Everybody's just locked in for finals, I imagine. Hey Kaitis, good to see you, man. I'm doing good. Not too bad. Very, very busy right now, and I keep getting distracted by random things in real life. Not even school obviously, but also just research and other things. But hanging in there, not too bad. I have an exam coming up in about 2 weeks, May 2nd. That'll be my first exam of the semester, so we're hanging in there. How are you? Been a minute, good to see you. Oh, I appreciate you too as well, man. Thanks for being here, I appreciate the support. Trust me, you guys help me focus just as much as I hope I help you all, so everybody wins. I do want to improve my setup at some point. Actually, that was one of the things that was distracting me this weekend a little bit. Was I was gonna overhaul my desk yesterday to add another monitor and then run my camera to have a wired connection. I know I randomly lag out. I did fix the camera, like quality big time, I hope. I know it's not, 4K, but I think it works. But the one thing I've been noticing, and that's been frustrating, is that it loves to lag out at the most inopportune times. So I'm trying to figure out, so I want to add a wired connection to it, but I'm sure you guys could tell from the angles in my room, it makes it a lot harder. So that's just something I've been working on. I was changing the oil on my motorcycle yesterday finally and bringing it out now that the weather's warmer here. And it was supposed to be like a 1 to 2 hour job. It took me like 8 hours, so oops. So I did not get much studying done yesterday, and I did not get any of the desk setup stuff done. But yeah, just busy with little things. Writing some research papers, trying to get some research data, trying to study immunology. Just staying busy, pretty good. I think when there's not an exam like the week of, I'm always in a much better mood. And as soon as like that next week hits and that exam rolls up, then it usually gets to me until the exam is done. What are you studying today? I also have another video project I've been working on, but don't have time to long form edit, and finding editors is hard. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Chem, awesome. What kind of chem today? What's the topic? Chem and physics. Gotcha, nice. Man, it's been a minute since I've had to do any physics. Well, that's not true. I guess cardiovascular stuff is a little bit of physics. That's probably why I like cardiovascular stuff more. Electrochem, IR spec, nice. Nuclear chem, gotcha. Good stuff. So orgo? Or is it just regular, like physical, general chem? Because I know orgo teaches a little bit of that stuff too, but it's probably more P-chem. I guess the vibrations are definitely physical or general chemistry. I think physical chemistry was one of my favorite classes when I was in undergrad. Just regular, nice. Yeah, that was the Gen Chem was the reason, or like IB Chem, when I took International Baccalaureate Chem in high school, way back when I was in 11th, 12th grade. I think that was the reason I ended up I did my undergraduate bachelor's degree in biochem, or a biochem related field. It was not because I liked the bio part of biochem. Actually, now in hindsight, I actually genuinely dislike learning biochem, but because I like the physical chem, like molecular aspect of it. I had my degrees, the name of the degree was actually in biomolecular science, so it was cool because it was like biochem, but it was a little more biophysics-y biochem, so it was a lot more up my alley. I enjoyed that a lot more. Yeah, that's good stuff. I know in the moment it's probably just annoying, but in hindsight, I feel like it adds up. It's really good. If you get good at Gen Chem, you can do so many different fields of science very, very well. All right, y'all. We are on session 2. So, I'm going to leave the camera where it is. I'm just finishing writing up some research papers, and then that's it. You guys can go ahead and get started. Good luck, everybody. This is going to be session 2 out of 7. Here we go. everybody. That was session number 2, so we are halfway to our first and only long break of the day. Feel free to say hi, and if you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying today, and if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. We got 9.5 minutes to take our second short break, and then we'll start session 3. I'll give that one. That was pretty solid. I'll give it like a 8 out of 10 for me. I finished up some paper I was working on, and then I did get through a little bit of my Anki review cards. That's all I'll be doing for the next 2 hours is just Anki. Yeah, feel free to say hi. And then we'll start session 3 after that. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I feel like the first session, even for me, is always just a little slower while I'm trying to figure out what I need to do and how to do it too. And then after that, it usually picks up because then I'm in the groove of whatever I'm doing. And then it's like hard to get me out because then once I'm in the flow state, I don't want to get out of it. But I do think the breaks, at least for me, are really helpful because they ground me and then they force me to kind of come out and then come back in with a fresh mind. Or I use it to plan out mentally, like what am I going to do during the next 50 minutes and how am I going to do it. Excuse me. What is everybody studying today? Still writing, gotcha. When is it due? Get done, move on to the next paper for climate culture. Lots of writing, huh? I didn't realize psych classes were just like more writing. Well, I guess I did, but like I thought they would also be like a good mix of exams and writing, at least at a higher level. I feel like a lot of my undergrad psych classes were mostly exams and some essays, but it was more like structured like a bio class. At UMich, at least, they were structured like more neuropsych type stuff. Even the social psych classes. So it's very interesting. At the doctor level. Okay, that makes more sense. I guess that's because you guys are doing a lot more research too, right? So it's probably a lot more research oriented than it is like, oh, do you know the difference of these random terms? Oh, you guys still have exams this week. Good luck. Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's one of the things that's a little bit different with the MD program is I basically never have to write papers anymore, which I actually don't like because I used to hate writing when I was younger, and then once, so I was in the IB program in high school, and they just make you write. Like the amount of writing I had to do in high school, I probably did more writing in high school than I did in college and med school combined. Just because like every class is oriented around writing. It was really good in one way because there was a lot of self-initiative exploring with stuff. So like even the bio and chem classes, a lot of it were lab designs and papers, and you come up with your own research theses that you like send to the IB to get published, or not published, but graded. So it made me a really strong writer where I wasn't as before. But the downside of that was that there was, I mean, the exams were really hard, don't get me wrong, but the exams were like a little better paced because there was so much going on with like the writing and self-exploration projects. And now the IB was really good at making me learn how to understand things, but it wasn't super big on the memorization parts of it. And back then that was great. And for like logic classes, math, philosophy, stuff I took like that, and physics even, I loved it. But in med school, that definitely worked against me now a little bit. But at the same time, I can like pump out research papers really fast as long as I have the data now too. So that's kind of cool. I have a good number of publications under my belt, and mostly they're just like quick pubs because I can just like write a lot. It's just hard to squeeze it in between all the studying for exams. I think like 97% of my grade is exams, and then 3% comes from like writing projects, homeworks, diagrams, etc. But we don't get too much homework, thankfully. They're more concerned like just learn it however you want to learn it, just make sure you learn it, which is cool. Oh yeah, I definitely, if you have a class that's very memorization heavy, would 100% recommend Anki. Because you will retain the information in Anki. It's just the only downside is that it is definitely a bit of a time sink. So if it's like a class that you don't have a lot of memorization in, I don't think Anki would help you so much as like, maybe just doing practice problems or whatever. But I definitely found Anki helpful for med school. I know a lot of my classmates, it's a very split. Half the class hates it. It's too much of a time sink. And they learn the content without even bothering with it fine. And then the other half is more like me, where if we didn't have Anki, we would probably be flunking out because that's the only way I learn now. And the problem is Anki has it's weird. In terms of learning science, it's weird because Anki is very research based type things, right? Use it for comprehensive. Yeah, I think that would be good because then if you like have terms and stuff that you forgot or like information or concepts that you would need to brush up on, I think Anki would be good because then you can kind of go through it, especially if somebody has already made an Anki deck for you. I think the reason Anki has become such a big tool for the med school scene is because so many med students use it that there's like a nationwide community of like med students using Anki, which means that there's like pre-made flashcard decks for you out there. Like I'm talking about 40,000 flashcard decks that you need to prep for your board exams. So that's like what I use now, is I use those. Or even within med schools, like my med school last year, we did not do step-based exams like some schools do. We had faculty-written exams, so that means that we had a bunch of PhDs in their respective scientific fields write our exam questions, which means that we couldn't use the national whatever decks, and we had to make our own. But upperclassmen made these awesome decks. I think the deck I used last year was upwards of like 30,000 cards as well. And it was a compilation of a bunch of upperclassmen that put it together, and it was awesome. So I used that last year. This year, transitioning to the national one. And the reason I bring that up is because making cards does take a long time if you have to make them from scratch. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't study from my own cards because it would be, each lecture has like 200 cards, right? And if I go through 2 or 3 lectures a day, I would genuinely end up spending 4 or 5 hours making cards. And maybe it would help a little bit, but honestly, I do think it's a much more efficient thing because the main thing is like making the card is nice, but then you remember, for me, I start remembering making the card and I don't remember the information on the card. Or if I'm doing the cards that somebody else made, it's almost like I'm quizzing myself to understand if I understood the lecture, and then I can retain it after. The other thing is too, there's a bunch of stuff with like spatial visual like memories. Sometimes an issue I run into is I accidentally memorize the card instead of the content, and that one's a little hard to explain. I might explain on the next one because that's definitely another thing with Anki I don't know how to get around, because I'll explain it. But I love it for like, memorizing large amounts of information, short amount of time, and to keep it retained over a long amount of time. I think it's fantastic if you're a flashcard person, especially. If you're a flashcard person in general, Anki is definitely the way to go. All right, y'all, we are on session 3. So we are halfway through our first long break. I'm actually going to move the camera. You guys can go ahead and get started. Good luck, everybody. Here we go, session 3. welcome back everybody. That was session number 3. So we've only got one more and then we've got our first and only long break of the day after that. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying today. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. I'm gonna give that like an 8.5. That was pretty productive. Yeah, feel free to say hi. Oh, hi, Lena. Good to see ya. Studying on the weekend. Nice. Yep, me too. It is Sunday evening here. I got school tomorrow as well, but I was actually planning on studying yesterday too. My schedule got a little messed up, but we're here. We're studying. What are you studying today? Spring has finally started here in Michigan, and it's really pretty because all the trees are blooming and they're like white blossoms outside. But I have spring allergies, so it's like bittersweet. I took allergy medication this morning, but it's definitely still tickling the back of my throat a little bit. Things do happen. But it's okay. I will probably be a little behind starting the week. This week is kind of hectic for me as well because I've got a lot of classes going on this week for some reason, and there's a lot of new lecture content at the same time, which is really annoying. But the week after, I have an exam on Friday, so there's pretty much most of the week is empty. There's like a couple classes that week, but for the most part, there's no new content that week, which is awesome. Last year, they had content like right up till the exam, basically with a couple days of break. But this year, it looks like they're stopping new content a week prior to the exams, which is awesome. So oncology, neoplasia, nice. I have to do that as well. I think that's literally my lecture for tomorrow. That's really funny. Moving on to, okay, other malignancies. Yeah, I think the rest of this whole week is on cancer topics for me as well. That's really funny. We'll talk about timing. I have, let's see, what do I got? Today I'm finishing up like basic immunology stuff. What am I doing? So today is, let me double check that real quick before I say that. Maybe, maybe not. Where are the lectures? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh wow, I am significantly behind. Okay, never mind. So yeah, I have to finish. Today I'm doing more like T cells and cellular responses and humoral responses. Then at some point I have to do humoral and tolerance. And then this week is all like cancer and neoplasia and all that fun stuff. Yeah, no, seriously, it's nice. But yeah, mostly just stuck on immuno. I think I'm going to be doing all immuno, pharmo, and pathology until my first exam. And then I think the second exam is on, let's see what the second exam is probably on. That's going to be in like 3 weeks after this exam. Genetics, more cancer, a lot of genetics, cystic fibrosis, heme lymph, heme onc. Okay, I think this whole semester is just like heme onc and immunology and genetics. Is that including part 3? Oh, and bugs and drugs. Oh no. Okay, well, we'll survive that when we get to that. You guys just finished drug interactions? Yeah, no, that looks terrifying. I think that's my third exam for this semester. It's all bugs and drugs. That's really annoying. And antivirals? Oh lord. I don't like this stuff. I don't like the microbio stuff. I know I had to do it at some point in med school. It still won't, you know, I still won't like it. Yeah, just chugging along. I thought I was a little more ahead. I didn't realize I was so far behind. That's mildly annoying. Break up for the holidays? We don't. I don't get a summer break. So I just had my summer break, which was my first and second year. It was 2 weeks long. In June, I have 1 week off, and then it's in September, I have another week off. But I don't really get like a proper summer vacation anymore. If I take my board exam early next year, I might get a couple of extra weeks off, but until my board exams are done, it's basically straight through with like random week-long breaks here and there. So it's gonna be a long one. All right, y'all, we're on session 4, and yeah, I know it sucks. They had a month last year, and they changed it because the Neuro unit was too many people were failing our Neuro block because it was so difficult. So they added more time for Neuro and less time for break. But you win some, you lose some. All right, y'all. I'm gonna move the camera. Sun is setting in the background too, so that's pretty nice. So I'll change it to face the window, and you guys can go ahead and get started. This is session 4. As promised, we've got a long break after this one, and then we have 3 sessions after that. So I'm gonna go ahead and move the camera. You guys can go get started. Good luck. Here we go. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was session 4. So, as promised, we've actually got our first and only long break of the day now. I'll be here for a few minutes. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And if you were just with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. And then if you have been studying for the last few hours, now's a great time to go get up, get some dinner, take a break, take an hour nap, do what you need to do. But if you need to study or would like to study through the long break, feel free to get started around the 60-minute mark. And then if you study for another 50 minutes and stop at the 10-minute mark, it's another 50-minute Pomodoro session for you. I'll be here for a few minutes. Feel free to say hi. And then I will also go eat dinner because I'm hungry. But yeah, I'll probably give that last session like a 6.5 out of 10. It was a little less productive. I was distracted by trying to take a picture of and get a thumbnail for the trees are really cool outside, but I couldn't really get it from my room because my windows are fogged over for some annoying reason. Yeah, here for a few minutes. Alright, you guys. Those of you guys who want to study, feel free to go ahead and get started. Or in like 4 or 5 minutes. And then, yeah, if you are gonna go take your long break, now you can feel it. I give up. I can't speak today. I need my food. I need a break. I'm gonna go take my long break. I'm gonna go get dinner so I can refresh a little bit. But yeah, feel free to start in about 4 minutes if you're gonna study. Otherwise, everybody else, go enjoy your long break. All right, welcome back, everybody. You guys had a productive or a relaxing long break. As promised, we've got 3 more sessions for the night. So yeah, if you were just studying, feel free to sit back, kick back for a minute, relax, and then we'll get started with session 5. All right, y'all. We're on session 5 out of 7, so we've only got 3 more for the night. We are well over halfway done. I'm going to chain the lights. You guys can go ahead and get started. Good luck. Here we go. Session 5. Welcome back, everybody. That was session number 5, so we've only got 2 more for the day, and then we will call it a night. But in the meanwhile, feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you guys are studying today. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. Honestly, that was a pretty strong start for me back, so I'll probably give it like an 8, 8.5 out of 10. Doing my new lectures for the day, or catching up from last week at least, and they're shorter than I thought they were going to be, so assuming that their flashcards go reasonably fast, I won't be as behind as I thought I was going to be, which is awesome. But yeah, feel free to say hi. We got 9 minutes, and then we'll start session 6. Hey, Princess Strawberry, how's it going? Good to see ya. Just doing your writing stuff. What are you working on particularly? Are you working on something for class, or another whatchamacallit? What's the word when somebody gives you a task to do but not school? I don't know. The word is slipping my mind. Yeah, nothing crazy new for me. I was supposed to study yesterday, so I'm a little behind, but that's okay. I can catch up this evening. I fell behind yesterday because I thought finally the weather's warm. It's beautiful out here. It's spring. It's like 60 degrees every single day right now. The commercial audio piece, nice. Gotcha. Did your editor already get back to you? But weather's beautiful, and I'm like, oh, okay. Let me get my bike out and let me do an oil change on it so I can start riding around soon. And what was supposed to be a 2-hour job took me like 6 or 7 because one of the bolts was stripped, and it was a nightmare. So I completely was unable to study yesterday. I studied on my own, but it was not. I wanted to stream, so it wasn't as productive. That's all that's new. I've got a lot of classes this week coming up, and then that's really it. That's all that's going on. I've got a lot of little projects going on in the background that I fell behind on this weekend. I started becoming a mystery. Well, hey, if you enjoy it, that's what matters. I feel like you've been mystery writing for a while, right? Excuse me. Must have tweaked my back earlier this week, I guess. I don't know. I might be 22, but my back is like 60 years old at this point. And I thought I was good, so I was working on my bike yesterday, and today I woke up and realized very quickly, no, we are not good. Last thing was fan. Oh, right, okay. It's popular. I just don't want to do it anymore. Honestly, that's fair. Change it up, though, right? Like, I think the fun part of doing something like writing or the arts in general, the finer arts, is the amount of variability and flexibility you can have because of the raw technique talent you have, right? Like, if you're a good painter, I feel like, I don't know, maybe this is just me. I know people would love to do mastery of their topic too, But I feel like once you've gotten really good at something, at least I would like just jump around to the next thing. Unless there was like some specific niche that I really wanted to get into. But that's also because like I have a new interest every other week. Like every other week I have a new hobby at this point. I haven't picked it up since December, which is annoying because I've been thinking about it a lot. I just haven't gotten a chance to write. I think I got through halfway on the first season for it, and I haven't edited it yet. And then I got so busy with school picking back up, and then summer break hit, but summer break for me was only 2 weeks, and by the time I had the motivation to do anything, it was gone. So I do want to pick it up. Right now I'm kind of busy with, well, so here's what's on my not school list, which is not good that I have right now because I have an exam coming up in 2 weeks and I'm behind in lectures, but I have some videos I need to edit, and I have not edited long form videos before, so I'm still working on that. What else? Obviously my motorcycle, now that it's like springtime, I have to get it up and running because I want to ride around, and that takes a little bit of my time too. I need a new rear tire, and those are kind of pricey. And I can't install it myself, so I have to get the tire and then I have to take it to a shop one day and see if they'll install it and then get it back, and then that's done. So between that and the bike, and then I really wanted to add a third monitor to my desk, but I don't know how to do it without blocking off the stream view, which is annoying. So I've been trying to map that out, and I was supposed to do that today, but I woke up at like noon, so that wasn't happening. I will get back on that series hopefully soon because I really want to finish at least the first season of it. It just takes a while because I remember when I was writing, it would take me, like, I would start writing and then before you knew it, I started at like midnight and it would be like 4 a.m. So I still haven't even finished. I was playing Ghost of Tsushima over December winter break as well, and then I never finished it. I like played it again the other week and I was still on part 1. On the last mission of part 1, but I was still on the on part 1, so it's been busy. My research has been keeping me really busy, and just like random med school things. Obviously, like, you know, med school itself is really busy too, but second year is weird because I have less classes in person, but it feels like I have to study as much, if not more, as a first year, because I have boards in a year as well, so I'm somehow more free and less free at the same time. But we'll see. I think after this semester, I say this every semester, after this semester, it'll even out a little bit. This semester is a lot of new information because it's immunology and microbiome, which I really, really do not like. So it's definitely giving me a little bit of a harder time, even relative to a lot of stuff from the first year. I understand what's going on, but I've heard the exams this year are harder. Our board's like the second round of exams. Boards are like, so in order to become a doctor, I have to take the national board. So they call them step 1 and then step 2, and there's a step 3 as well. And I don't know if there's like other steps, but it's my licensing exam basically. So after my second year, so about a year from now, I will take step 1, which is like a 200 something multiple choice 8-hour exam on like everything I learned from the first 2 years of med school. And then after my third year, I'll take step 2, and that'll be like more like they give me a fake patient on paper, right? And I have to diagnose and figure out how to treat it after that. So step 1 is pass fail, but it's pretty hard to pass step 1. I think most med students in the US do pass it, but it's notoriously, I think it's listed on several lists. It's like the hardest exam in the world or something. Yeah, 8 hours of testing. It's about the MCAT was also that long, but step one is way harder because there's about 100 times more information on step one than the MCAT. I think MCAT there was about 5 to 6,000 things, and then for step one there's about 40,000 things that they can be tested. Um, and then step two is similar to step one, but it's more like applications. Step two is scored, and that's how you, if you don't do well on step two, you will not get the specialty you want, and you can't retake. So those are the scary exams we'll worry about later. But in the meanwhile, so I don't get overwhelmed thinking about it, we have session 6 now. So I'm gonna move the camera. You guys can go ahead and get started. Good luck, everybody. We only got this one and one more, and then we're done for the night. Here we go. Good luck. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was session 6. So we're absolutely knocking it out of the ballpark. Knocking it out of the ballpark. Ugh, I can't speak anymore. I give up. We got one more session after this, but in the meanwhile, we've got our last short break of the day. So feel free to say hi if you were just joining in the last session. Let me know what you're studying today. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. We've got 9.5 minutes, and then we will do our last session of the night. And then we'll call it a day. But yeah, feel free to say hi. I'll probably give that last session like an 8, 7, 8, 8. I like 8. I got confused by some hypersensitivity reaction stuff, and I was trying to figure it out using ChatGPT to kind of explain my misunderstandings, and somehow I ended up making analogies to gang violence and hypersensitivity immunoreactions, so it's very interesting. But it worked, and I remember it now. Did something. That's something. It is something. We take something. Something is always better than nothing. Seven out of 10. Nice, Petronello. Immunology has my brain upside down. There's so much to keep track of. I feel like when it makes sense, but it's just like in the moment, I have no idea what's going on, and I have to go back and slow everything down and just kind of figure out what is even the words being said. What are words? Which is annoying when you're trying to move fast, but I guess it's better to understand it. It's just so much weirder than other subjects right now for me, because there's a bunch of random names and letters combined together, and I keep losing track of like, oh, what's the difference between IL 12 and IL 16 and IL 18 and IL 17 and TH 17, and I think that's what's making it a little more annoying than usual. But once I like sit with it and I understand it, then it's not hard to understand. It's just I can't keep track of these names. I've been trying to like make it into stories and analogies, but it's hard to do that with just numbers. Sounds good. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. I'll try to keep working on upgrading stuff in the stream too. I love your ideas, by the way. Keep tossing me ideas because I want to integrate them when I get a minute and I'm not dying under T-cell lymphocyte pathways. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. Probably tomorrow evening. I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to go to the gym. I might have to wake up early to go to the gym. That sounds awful, but either I'm on late tomorrow or I'm on for a shorter amount of time tomorrow, but I will be on tomorrow because I cannot fall behind this week. Yeah, thanks for coming. Have a good night. Okay, no worries. I'll be here definitely for sure around 8:30, 9 o'clock. Um, Actually, you know what I might do then is I might go to the gym earlier or right when I come back from school, and then I'll just start a late stream and maybe go from like 8 to 12, 8 to 1. That might be what happens. I don't have a morning class on Tuesday, right? No, I don't. I only have a 1 o'clock class too, so. Cats are checking in, or clocking out for the night, or checking into the stream. Princess Strawberry. Okay, I'll probably do that then. I'm just trying to plan around my gym schedule. It also depends on if my back decides to cooperate with me, because I think I retweaked either my lower back or my oblique or something. Or maybe I'm dying and my kidney is failing on me. It could be any of those three. I don't know. That's probably, hopefully, a joke. I think the worst part about med school is I'm always diagnosing myself with the most mortal illnesses known to mankind. It's like Googling your symptoms, but like worse because it's in your head. But yes, that's the plan. They want to go to bed. That's fair. It is a Sunday night. By the way, those of y'all who got finals this week, good luck. If I don't see you in stream, I'm going to assume that your finals went well. I don't know how many of you guys are graduating from your programs either, but congrats if you're about to graduate soon. Have a good night. Take care. See you tomorrow. Hi, Kimia. Good to see ya. Doing good. Definitely busy, but not too bad. It was a nice Sunday night, just getting some work done, and I'm currently on task to finish. Isn't that crazy? Well, except my review cards, but that's a different day's problem. Busy with the presentation. Nice. 2 sessions. Now that's fair. Yeah, that was me in the first couple of sessions as I thought it would take me 20 minutes to write a quick 4-paragraph discussion section to a research paper, but it was not 20 minutes. It was like 2 hours. I don't know why I always plan this for myself. I'm like, in my head, I'm always like, oh, I'm so good at writing. I'll just knock it out real quick. And then I start doing a lit review and... What's the presentation on? I should probably ask that first. Alrighty, y'all. Look at that. We're on the last session of the night. Crazy. So, I'm going to move the camera and I'm going to change the lights. You guys can go ahead and get started. This is our last one. I'll be here for like a few minutes after to chat. Not for too long, but if you want to say hi after, feel free to stick around. I'll just be here to chat while cleaning up. But this is the last session. Have a good night. Wow, no, it is not good night. We're on our last session. Good luck, y'all. Let's finish strong. Here we go. Alright, welcome back everybody. That was our last session of the night. Look at that. So thank you guys for coming. You guys are awesome. I will continue to say it forever because it's true. I will be here tomorrow evening, probably, for a few hours, at least. I might actually do a longer stream. I didn't realize, but I had only a 1 hour class, not a 4 hour class like I initially thought I did tomorrow. So I'll be here tomorrow evening. But yeah, I'm here for a few minutes. Feel free to say hi. Let me know how that last session was for you. And then that's it. Yeah, if you need to go, thank you for coming. Make sure you join the Discord and check out the study schedule. It is updated for the entirety of the next week. Yeah, let me know how that last session was. We got a few minutes to chill and then we'll call it a night. I'll probably give that last one was fairly productive-ish. I'll probably give it like a 7 out of 10. The last ones are always a little slow for me, but that wasn't terrible. Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel that way about like presentations or research papers in general. I love writing them because like you get into this flow state, which is like crazy because like you're so locked in on like trying to connect all these ideas together. It's really fun. Well, it's fun in terms of like, it's not, you know, you get to look things up and you get to connect the pieces and you're understanding it. It's also like pretty, it's creative, right? But yeah, you're right, it does take forever because it's so creative. What was your presentation on? I forgot to ask last time. Yeah, I figured time zones, right? Unfortunately, well, fortunately, actually, I cannot stream 24 hours a day because I don't study 24 hours a day, but I don't wish to study 24 hours a day. But yeah, it is annoying that time zones are like all over the place. But alas, some days will be early, some days will be late, you know how it goes. Try my best to stay at somewhat consistent times, but you know, my school schedule and my life schedule are not consistent at all. Nor will they ever be, probably, given the specialties I'm interested in. I feel like I've been clenching my jaw for a minute. What additional language? Like an extra foreign language? Does TikTok a waste of time? I think, unfortunately, we all know the answer for it, right? I guess it's not a complete waste of time. I saw something interesting while I was scrolling shorts the other time, because that's my TikTok, right? And somebody was pointing out, like, how many reels or shorts or TikToks you were like, if you go through a session, how many of them do you actually remember or that like left a notable impact on you? And I started thinking about that and I kind of was like, oh, I don't really watch shorts to learn anything, do I? Or they're not useful in that way, but they're more to relax. But the problem is, like, I don't know about you. I don't know if I feel relaxed fully after watching short form content. So that's a very interesting thing. Like, I think I do somewhat, and it's very low effort. It's a lot easier than because I don't like to start TV shows, right? That requires commitment. I have to sit down for 20 to 40 minutes at one time. And I don't, when I get on shorts, I'm like, oh, it's just for a couple of minutes, even if it's not just for a couple of minutes. Yeah, yeah, screen for 12 hours. Yeah, I know. I've seen there's some channels out there, some study channels, which I'm like, wow, I don't know how you guys do 12 hours a day. It's impressive, don't get me wrong, but like, I'm in it for the long haul, bro. I want to still be a person with a life. Well, when I'm not in school. I don't know if I have much of a life in school, but I also wonder what those people who study 12 hours a day, like, when do you get time to go to the gym? When do you eat? Do you go to school? Right? Like, I feel like that only works if you work remotely, and don't go to school at all, or a completely online school, and you don't hit the gym very regularly. There's no way, because, I mean, you guys have seen it, or at least I know you've been here, Kimia, before. When I studied there are days I study for 14 hours, or like have 14-hour streams. I am exhausted after a 12 to 14-hour stream. Like, I can't go to the gym. It's just wake up and go to bed type day if I stream for that long. It's wild. Even if you're up for 16 hours, right? Like, 1 hour has to go to waking up and, getting ready for the day. 1 hour for like all day, like including stuff. You gotta, eat, and, and nobody's a perfect human who could do it every day, right? Like, I fall behind. But getting up in the morning, getting places takes a while. Falling asleep takes a while. Nobody just hits the bed and falls asleep immediately, I feel like, right? Afrikaans. Oh, Afrikaans. Okay, nice. That's cool. That's awesome. I don't know anything about the Afrikaans language. Yeah, it's only found in South Africa. That's really cool, though. What is the structure for that language? Like, what are the characters, or what is the language more similar to? It's its own language, right? What letters? It doesn't use English letters, right? If it goes against my argument, that's funny. Oh yeah, for sure, no doubt. I'm very impressed by them. I just don't think it's a good idea. And then again, if I was like completely online and schooled at home, which would suck, by the way, I would hate that. I dislike having to study as much like at home as much as I do currently anyway. I'm much more a person who likes to be at school around other people in real life, you know what I mean? But med school is different because we have so much information. You just can't afford to be around other people. It's just too much of a distraction. You won't focus. But yeah, they are strong. I'll give them that. I just don't think it's like, I don't know. I think if I was completely by myself online, I still would only go 5-6 days a week on stream. I would give myself one day off on stream, and I would still probably do just 9 hours a day, 9 to 5 every single day, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Or like, yeah, I would probably turn it into a 9 to 5 so that I could have my evenings off to go to the gym and relax. 12 hours is crazy. More like Dutch. Okay, a bit of English and other stuff. Okay, I gotcha. So it uses English letters though, then, like Dutch does, right? Are there any extra letters? Yeah, I don't know. 12 hours a day is like, I don't think that's a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Good way to live life, I think. Undergrad study in peer groups. Also, hi Tony, how was your exam yesterday or today? Undergrad study in peer groups with grad school. It's better self-studying for you. It's weird, man. It's like, yeah, so in undergrad, definitely. Like undergrad, when I was at Michigan, I used to commute out to Michigan, which was like an hour from my house. And it was like 100%. I would go to lecture because it was cool. What I would do is I would go to lecture. My lectures, as much as I hated it, were almost always at 9 a.m. because I just never could get a later like thing. I would go to lecture, and then I would have a break where I would either study or hit the gym. Normally I would hit the gym because I'm already in stride. And then I would go from like gym to the next class or eat lunch, right? And then go to the next class at like whatever, 11 or 12, 12 to 1, 12 to 2. And then, I'd have, if I have a break there, like kind of like that. And then once I'm done with all my classes for the day, if I didn't have, I had a lot of discussions in the evening, but it was nice because it was like so broken up, and I would just go, and it was harder for studying for sure, actually, now that I think about it, because like it was constantly broken up studying, and weekends are definitely where I would catch up. But there wasn't as much stuff in undergrad too. Like undergrad was hard, with Orgo and Biochem and all those classes, but like it's not like med school, you know? The other thing with undergrad too for me was because of the way that pre-med is set up. Oh, let's not do that timer. Like I had to do research and I was working a job, and I was working, I guess research I was also being paid for. So I was doing 2 jobs while like, you know, doing clubs, etc., and volunteering and running a charity and like all these extra things I needed to get into med school, but also that I kind of enjoy doing, like research. Well, I guess I don't know if I didn't really enjoy research at first. I liked it after I got used to it. And because like I used to work with rats, and I would have to get up at like 5 a.m. some days to go down to the lab at 7 o'clock to work with the rats. And what am I trying to say? So it was more like that, right? Where if I was on campus, it was just go all day. In the evening, I would go hang out with some friends in a study room, and we would just study together. But it was like with friends, and it's chill. Because if we're all like, if it's exam season, we're all cramming together, and it's a vibe, right? Because we're all equally stressed. But because in med school, I'm always in exam mode, and nobody can keep up exam mode constantly with their friends because it's just too tiresome. I study better at home now, I guess, because I guess even in undergrad, like I would catch up by myself, and then I would go study with friends once I got caught up with the content, right? So weekends would catch up for me, basically. But in med school, it's just all content. My whole job now is, I mean, I still have a bunch of other things, but I don't work anymore. I do have research, but like, you know, my priority now is like school, because I get, you know, somewhere around 8 to 12 hours or 6 to 12 hours of new lecture content every single day. That's the difference. So I think it's just the expectations change for med school. I don't know if that's every grad school, but for med school in specific, it changed very quickly from like, oh, here you have to be a well-rounded individual, to like, your job is to study and maybe do some research in clubs if you have time, but nothing matters more than covering like, you know, 4 or 5 hours worth of lecture content in your day, which, you know, nobody can do. 4 or 5 hours of lecture content takes 8 to 12 hours sometimes, depending. Uses the English alphabet letters, but some special words derived from it. Oh, okay, that's cool. Some accents. Wonder if it'd be actually more satisfied by my work ethics. I don't know. What's Parkinson law? That name is really familiar. That's a psych term, isn't it? I feel like it was on my MCAT. Parkinson law. Let's see. The first is how work expansive. See, that's what I love that you brought this up, because I was talking to a friend about this the other day too. And I feel like that's also the thing. He was telling me, I was like, yo, med school is like burning me out. This is over winter break. And I was like, this is insane. I cannot study this much all day, every day. He was telling me about this law, that work expands to failed available time. I think that is true to some extent. But at the same time, there's like, you can't fully lean on Parkinson's law either, because like, yeah, I think Parkinson's work will fill the available time you give it, but if you have work to do, it's not like, oh, I'm only going to study for 6 hours today, and then I will do, you know, right, I'll be all caught up if I only study for 6 hours. It doesn't work like that sometimes, you know, like sometimes there's just work that has to be done that takes time. I can't do 12 hours of studying in 2 hours, for example, if that makes sense. But it is a good question. I've been thinking about that. I don't think 12 hours a day is the answer, though. I do think having a nice regimen, for sure, is a great answer. Like, if you like to wake up early, I hate the early mornings, but I'm such a night owl. Like, I always have my regimen is I'm going to study most days from like 7, 6, 7, 8 to like 12, 1, 2, right? Like, and that's consistent. Yeah, it's wild. Mr. Passing cutoff. Sorry, I cannot read. 4 to 5 questions. Got 634 and 98. Oh no, I'm sorry, dude. Okay. Glad I could tailor my study now. So do you have to retake that part 1, Tony? Or can you go take part 2 and it averages out? Damn, I'm sorry. That sucks. But it happens. Yeah, in undergrad, my 2 jobs were, so to get into med school, you need, the other pre-meds in here can also verify, but you need research, I think. So in the United States, we have an organization called the AAMC. They're the American Association for Medical Colleges, and they do really good research and statistics on, like, you know, medical school admittances, because that's their whole program. That's the program you apply to get into med school. They have their own portal, everything. Every major med school goes through them to do acceptances. So I think last year, or no, the year before when I was applying, I looked at the stats. The average average matriculant to medical school before starting medical school has 1,200 hours of research, 600 to 700 hours of clinical experience, 600 to 700 hours of volunteering, about 100 hours of shadowing, and then some other like, you know, whatever. They don't include club times, etc. So those are like, you know, the bare minimums. It's not bare minimums, but essentially what you kind of need to do to get into med school, and then as well as get like a, you know, I think average GPA to matriculate into med school is 3.8 cumulative, 3.7 science GPA roughly. So mostly A's and like the occasional, maybe occasional B. And then MCAT, the average MCAT right now, I think is now a 512. So the top, let's see, let me think, it's 512 is the top 15, top 17% of test takers for the MCAT. So those are like the average person who gets into a med school in the United States has all of those. So my two jobs were like, I was working at that research lab because I needed research, and then I got hired on as a lab technician on top of my research assistant position. And then I worked as a scribe / assistant in an emergency room for 2 years. So it was mostly for experience, but I also like, you know, they were jobs, right? Find a balance between friends, study groups, and self-study. Yeah, it is hard. It is hard, Kimia. I do think that the Parkinson's law is a good thing to think about too. I think especially if you're only in high school, I think so when I was in high school, I was a very, very like, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know if neurotic is the word I want to say, but like, let's say driven. And I was very like, so at one point in high school, I remember, and it was really bad, I was averaging 2 to 4 hours of sleep a night because I was trying to fit in like, you know, SAT exam studying, plus school, plus clubs, plus sports, plus studying for school, and getting like, and I was taking like 8 IB courses at the time, while also trying to do like some startup stuff to get into like an Ivy League school. And I burnt out really hard. I did that for 2-3 months, and it was awful. I still think about that. That was one of my worst like periods of my life, because like I was sleep deprived and miserable, and I ruined a lot of friendships during that time too. So I don't think it's worth it. You know, that was a semester of my life that taught me that you can't outdo your balance. The other thing is, even when I was in undergrad, when I was in university, I did the same thing. I pushed off my health because I was taking some really hard courses, and it got to the point that I actually needed surgery in the middle of university because I had a sinus issue that was pressing against some like nerves and blood vessels up here in my nose, like behind my nose, and it was giving me migraines that would like knock me out like 2 or 3 times a week. So, and I just kept pushing it off until like it was to a point where I was debilitated half of the week. So this, like, and I know we were talking, I think we had a conversation about this the other night too with some folks, but balance is so important. I say it now, and even when I applied to med school, this is actually what I interviewed when when they asked me about my weaknesses. This is something I brought up, not in a like, because I hate when people bring it up and like, oh, I work too hard to, it wasn't that. I realized, and it took me so many years to realize, and even now I struggle with trying to do it, but if you don't take care of yourself first, you will genuinely do a disservice to the other people around you, because you will be so either tired or like sick or, you know, burnt out, that you will just drag everybody else down around you down. And I learned that the hard way, right? Like I had a couple bad semesters in university because I just was like, oh, I need to study more. I don't have time to do this surgery, XYZ. And I learned it the hard way. And so now when people ask me about balance, or even for myself, when I talk about balance, I think it's important to acknowledge that yes, work is important, right? And work will fill up the time that you give it, but there are things in your life that you need to prioritize. And kind of like how the emergency room works, there are stuff that you need to triage. Triaging meaning that like, if something is more urgent, you need to be better about like understanding what's more urgent and what's not urgent. I think that was the weakness I was trying to get across, was that I was bad at triaging because I was so focused on putting like school first always, that I like, you know, I pushed aside stuff like my health, like both physical and mental, and it actually ruined my school life because I didn't take care of myself. So now, you know, I learned better. Okay, yes, when exam times come around, study like crazy. It's fine. You can be like, it's not unbalanced to be unbalanced for a while, right? Like if you got exams coming up, but it is unbalanced if you make it a habit, right? You don't want to be doing 12-hour a day studying every single day and never seeing your friends, not going to like playing sports, working out, taking care of your physical health, not getting out in the sunlight. That's crazy important. Because if you don't take care of yourself, you can't give others your best performance. I know that sounds really cliche, and I don't mean to come off on a pedestal here, but it is like so important. I think when I look back now in high school, a lot of stuff I remember isn't always about the classes I took or how good my scores were, etc. And don't get me wrong, it was important to me, and it still is important to me to do well academically. But I think the stuff that carried with me through my life was how I grew as a person, and oftentimes that was a result of a combination of making new friends, good friends, learning how to work with others, personal conflict, interpersonal conflict, and then also like, learning how to emotionally grow on top of academically and critically growing as well. Pass both core. Okay, you need to count separately, but keep working on it. Okay, nice. So you can retake core 1. That's good. Appreciate the insights. Of course, yeah. 2-3 jobs going on. Yep, EMT position. Yep, PA. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's a lot. I don't miss being a pre-med, but I don't think it's gotten any better in med school. I think the goalposts shift. Actually, I actually preferred being a pre-med. Well, it was weird, man. Because when you're a pre-med, this over-looming, like, uncertainty sits on top of your head the whole time. Because you don't know if all your effort will get you into med school or not get you into med school. I have a lot of friends who worked even harder than me and scored way better than me on everything, etc. And they're still sitting around waiting to try to get into any medical school, right? It's not even always about your grades or whatever, or your extracurricular. Sometimes they don't know. And I have other friends who, like, weren't as strong academically, or maybe weren't as strong in the extracurricular department, and they got in just fine, maybe even to the same schools, the same level of schools that I got into, right? Even without performing as much or doing as much work. Sometimes there's a little bit of that too in it. I think that was the main stress of being a pre-med, is that I don't think pre-meds are scared of doing the work. I think it's just the uncertainty that kills a lot of the mental health of being for pre-meds. And then once you get to med school, you have that certainty there, right? Like, as long as you go to a decent program in the United States, you will become, like, so there's a couple of types of schools in the United States. You have your USMD programs, which are probably the top tier echelon, right? Like, when you think of a doctor or a surgeon, you typically think about these guys who go to MD schools. There are DO schools as well, and the training is the same, by the way, for the MD DO schools. The DO schools actually train their students more. They have an extra unit that the MD schools don't do. But statistically, it is a lot harder to get into the MD schools because they usually have more legacy and they're more competitive. And then there's also, like, if you can't match it, get into a DO or MD school, you can also go abroad to the Caribbeans and study there and try to come back and match into a specialty here. But for the most part, if you get into a US MD school, there's like a 95+% chance that you will be able to become a doctor. There's like, versus the pre-med to med acceptance rate, I think, and this doesn't even account for the people who drop pre-med along the way, which makes the statistics even more impossible to find. I'd be very interested to see a study on that. But like last year or the year before, I think there were about 62,000 people who applied for medical school, and there's only 20,000 seats in the country. So you could do that math really quickly, right? Which isn't as competitive as other countries. Some other countries are even worse. I think like India has over 1 million applicants a year and only like, I think it's less than 100,000 seats for them. So they have less than a 10% acceptance rate to any medical school. In the States, it's about a 33% chance that if you're a pre-med, you will become if you're a pre-med who makes it through all the prerequisites, takes the MCAT, does all those extracurriculars, there's a 33% chance that you will make it into any medical school. Forget like a good med school. I'm just saying like any med school. And the interesting thing is that doesn't account for how many people like take classes like organic chemistry or biochemistry and decide that, hey, this is not for me, or this isn't feasible, and switch into sister programs like PA, NP, pharmacology, physical therapy, because they couldn't handle the stress of being a pre-med. Not that those schools are easier, by the way. I'm not saying that. I don't mean those schools are very important. They're very competitive to get into as well. But being a pre-med is probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest thing you can do as in undergrad. Because while you're doing all this extra stuff, you've got this horrible like feeling of like, I'm not gonna get in, or I'm probably not gonna get in the whole time. Trying to balance between breaks quite easily. I hear ya, Kimia. And I'm like, I hear that. It's even last year, you've seen me on stream. I had a lot of good exams and I had a lot of bad exams, and it is hard to balance all of that. It really is. So, and that's where I think that the most important thing, at least that I found, is having a good support system. Like, dude, having good friends around you it's insane. I was fortunate in high school. I had some awesome friends who I'm still very, very close with. In universities, likewise, I had some very good friends. I had some friends who I also didn't get along with, which is okay. And, and so like you learn to mitigate all that. And then now in med school, it took a while, but I have good friends there too. And you have good support systems who you can reach out to. I'm at home with my family. I'm very fortunate for that too. If I need to reach out to my mom and dad, my mom is awesome. I talk to my mom all the freaking time because she like is very like, she just gets it. Even though she's never done it, she's very understanding, and she's probably one of my biggest supporter, if not my biggest supporter in life. So having those support systems is a really helpful thing, and taking advantage of them. Some of my best friends and I are, I know it's kind of toxic, but like trauma bonded. We went through similar things either as a pre-med or in high school, and because we went through a shared struggle of it, you guys understand each other. And it's important to, I know it's competitive, I know a lot of places rank, but it's important to have people you can lean on and trust, I think, because between that and taking care of your health and then just putting in the work, I think there's two sides of this coin. You have folks who have a hard time putting in like the work, not for like for whatever reason, but on the flip side of the coin, you have folks who have a hard time like balancing their life, and both can be equally destructive at certain levels. Yeah, 33%, isn't it nuts? Hi Yama. Yama, I cannot. Oh my god, Leisha had that. I am not gonna be able to translate that. I am so sorry. I do not speak Arabic well. I can barely read it. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But it's just balance. You learn as you go, and as you grow up, you kind of go through experiences that make you learn as well. So just hang in there, Kimia. You'll be all right. Just make sure you find time. I know it's easier said than done, but try to give every little bit of your life a little bit of time if you can. Obviously, when tests are around and stuff, focus on that. But when you're a little more chill, don't ignore the people who are there around you. I think that's the best way I go about it too. All right, you guys, I have held y'all long enough. So, yeah, that's it. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you guys for coming. You guys are great. If you're not in the Discord, come join the Discord. And if you are in the Discord, come say hi. Other than that, check the study schedule. Study schedule is up to date for now, for the upcoming week. And that's it. That's all I got for you guys. I hope you all have a great day or a great night. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves.